Okay, sound still seems to be working on my end. We'll have to test the actual game audio in a minute. Hey there, everyone. I hope you're all doing very well. I'm doing well. I feel like I'm stopping doing the I'm TonyKM bit because it feels very kind of like YouTuber-y rather than, I don't know, streaming. I'm trying to like... I'm just topping my Pepsi up because there's not much left in the bottle. Yeah, we're also having... I was fully intending on having coffee again starting from today. However, for those of you who don't live in the UK and you may not realise this, we are currently experiencing a second heat wave. So we had a heat wave about a month ago. I mean, you can see the sun, like even with my blackout blinds, it's washing all of this out. We had a heat wave a month ago. And last week they were like, oh, you're going to have another one. It's not going to be quite as bad as the first one. Oh, they were fucking lying. I may have to increase the power of the fan throughout this stream. But yeah, so for anyone who wasn't here just while I was doing the countdown to begin with, sound on my my streaming software just wasn't working, and I rely on routing all the sound through it so I can hear like my game, so that we don't end up with weird echoes or anything like that. So I'm hoping it's all going to be working. I noticed what was possibly a slight delay, but I think it only applies to me and not to you guys. So I guess we'll soon find out. It might frustrate me slightly. I remember that happening a lot with Dishonored 2. But yeah, so we're going back to Horizon Zero Dawn. I don't think we're going to finish it tonight because I'm going on today because we're going on the DLC as well. But we should finish the main game and hopefully start the DLC and see where we're going from there. So we're just going to go straight into it. I just need to make sure that the audio is working on my end. So I apologize if you hear any echo of music for a while. Okay, there's music there. And I hear music there as well. It's a little bit low in the game, but it'll probably go higher once we actually start, so it should all be good. Yeah, there is a slight delay on the audio on my end. But I think that might just be literally on my end. Let me just... I mean, it's not horrendous. Let me just see if there's any difference if I set up a... I remember having to do this a little while back for a while. Sorry, we will actually start playing in a minute. Just no, I don't actually think it's making any difference. Oh well. Let me just make sure it hasn't fucked up anything on Aloy. I'll have to rely on someone telling me if there's a weird sound echo. Right, let's actually try getting on with this. Right, so I need to go to the Palace of the Sun. That's a long way to travel by foot, isn't it? But I kind of want to travel at least part way there by foot. Yeah, I think we'll do it from Cook Cliffs. Yeah. Actually, I haven't got many fast travel packs left. I have to remember how the controls for this game work. I wish there was someone in right now to let me know whether or not the sound's working. I'm slightly paranoid since it was fucking up so badly for me. Right. So we do want to move my camera to there.
Just because he failed to kill the Sun King doesn't mean he's any less guilty. He should pay.
So jump, light attack, heavy attack. Okay. Oh, hello, Mrs. Salmon Latham. The sound seems okay so far. Okay, that's good. Oh, how do we speed up again? Oh, X, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. I don't know why, I thought they'd be like, I don't know, flames or smoke or something. It's the reason I wanted to come here, like, from a distance.
Don't let your guard down.
Okay. Okay, I think I remember how to play this. I don't have any side quests that need finishing off, do I? I don't think. I think literally the only side quest I have is the DLC one. Yeah, okay. Fuck me! Okay, important question. Did the sound of the jump scare come through? Jesus fucking Christ. Because it made... Well, that's what you get for... That's what you get for trying to scare me. And I say try, but you successfully scared me. Hey, Sexy Sun King.
Aloy,
I didn't
what
forget
brings
him
you
being
to
sexy.
Meridian?
A threat. Helis commands a legion of fanatics called the Eclipse. They will attack soon from the west, with an army of ancient war machines. But that's not the worst of it. They'll bring a mind with them. God, demon, machine, whatever you want to call it. It's called Hades. And it doesn't want Meridian at all. It wants the Spire. And if it gets there, it will send out a call, waking more ancient machines, more than we could ever defeat. All will be lost.
Worth it for you, maybe.
We can't let that happen.
For me, it scared the shit out of
I'm trying to
me.
understand, but my responsibility lies with Meridian.
Meridian isn't the target, Avad. You have to defend the Spire.
Perhaps the Vanguard, Your Radiance.
Yes. Send them to the Spire. Aaron knows Aloy. He won't question it.
And have the city guard fortify the western ridge. There they can be seen to protect Meridian and the Elite, where the Spire rests.
Aloy, allow me to apologize for my behavior before. After everything that happened with Ursa, I was confused. If we're to fight together on the brink of life and death, I'd prefer to do so with your
Oh, I'm
forgiveness.
glad they're doing this.
Then you
'Cause
haven't. As long as you don't confuse me with her again.
Even a king.
for anyone who
can
doesn't
learn his
remember, Avad, like, basically demanded that
Good then.
Aloy be his wife.
I'm glad that's behind us. Now, it will take time to prepare our defenses.
I mean, I
Please,
would have been
tell
like,
me what
okay.
you know of our enemies.
But obviously I'm not
Everything.
Aloy.
I don't know about everything, but I'll tell you what I can.
I still can't believe you fucking jump scared me, you evil bitch. Okay, where am I going? Why? Oh, I'm pressing. I've just realized I'm pressing the dodge button from
Quietly
near.
Panic in the
That's
city
why I
will
keep
only create
attacking.
And do keep me appraised of each new arrival.
Talk to me, bitch.
Aloy. Preparations are underway.
No
for major
hairs.
offensives at the Spire.
That was mean.
Word was sent to every corner of the Sundom. Our allies offered their steel. Some came for Meridian, others for shards. But many came for you, by name.
For me.
Don't be so humble.
I'm kind of gutted how long it's been since I've played this, because I feel like emotionally I'd probably have a much
The ridge will be the
stronger
front
reaction.
line. That's where the city guard are
Watch me
holding?
be sobbing in a minute or
Yes,
something.
bolstered by some of the irregulars.
Do you know what? I don't like my
before.
camera there for this game. It's blocking
The
too much from
Osseron
the
cannons that
cutscenes.
thundered Meridian's walls in the liberation
We're gonna put it
will now defend us.
up here,
You're welcome
maybe?
to
I
tour
don't
the
know.
defenses.
And the spire. Erend and the Vanguard are there?
Indeed.
Let
Clashing
me
breastplates
double check
together and
once
testing
my
out their battle cries, I suppose. A number of the Nora have also arrived at the spire.
UI is up.
They have resisted the offer of a royal audience. Perhaps you could parley with them.
I will. I suppose all we can do is wait for the attack.
Exactly. It's not a feeling I cherish, but our spotters at Evening Sign report there's still no movement in the west. So, if there's more you need to do elsewhere, seize this time to do it. Otherwise, I've made the apartment of Olin Delverson available to you. You can sleep there.
So that was basically, this is your point of last return. Right, let me have a look at this user interface. Oh. We have a damaged file. We'll quickly read this. So, Subject Journal, 16th of July, 65R. So, repaired. Last time I visited Prime was November of last year. Months since have been a blur. Flew out last night to oversee installation of the central armature in the master override. You're welcome, Ted, which was completed by 0430. So I decided to grab a few hours of sleep here before heading back to Zero Dawn. Called Gaia before I bedded down, ostensibly to update her on the site plan, but the truth is, I miss her. I've developed a habit of speaking to her before I sleep. Seems to be the only thing that calms me these days. Woke to a message from Oswald. The Odyssey launched yesterday, so Terrestrial life's chance of survival has doubled. Why then do I feel so uneasy? I just keep wondering what kind of world Far Zenith will create if the ship reaches its destination so many decades from now. And I worry about that alpha build of Apollo. So much knowledge, so few restraints, and no failsafes. How will they avoid repeating our mistakes? What's to stop them from playing God? Forwarded the Odyssey message to the Alphas. Naoto replied in less than a minute, with a poem of course. The Building of the Ship by Longfellow. And it's long, alright. I didn't read all of it, but it seems to be about launching a ship rather than building one. This stanza, or couplet, or whatever, leapt out at me. Humanity, with all its fears, with all its hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on my fate. Yeah, Odyssey and Zero Dawn both. Speaking of which, I should get back to Zero Dawn. Guess I should stop by Naoto's lab and check on Demeter's progress too. If I can get out of there without a volume of Tennyson pressed into my hands, I'll count myself lucky. Till next time. So yeah, so humanity was dying, and basically the two options were, what, send some people into space to colonize another planet, and bunkers on Earth. Right, what's the best place, do we think? What seems to be the least important thing? You guys probably don't need to see my inventory access, do ya? Because it's basically either cover EXP progress, items, weapon, or like health. I mean, also, like I said, I could put it in the middle, but I feel like it's just taking up too much real estate at the minute. I feel like that's probably the least intrusive thing to cover. Either that or EXP, I suppose. Yeah, we'll cover EXP. You guys don't really need to see how much EXP I have. So rest before the final battle, and for optional we have review things. So we're gonna do that. We're not gonna rest. We're gonna go review. Ah, and I've just done it again.
An army at the ridge. Save yourselves.
I just need to make sure I don't accidentally oh, another journal. It's just gonna keep on giving me journals, isn't it? So wait, is that the same journal that I've just read? It is.
I have a matter of grace.
Wait, was it? Yeah, it was.
I would like to discuss with you.
The West.
Oh, I've just done it again. Move! We definitely haven't unlocked any more side quests, have we? I've just been informed that it's just started raining where my mum is down in the south of France, so they're actually cooling down now. They might actually be cooler than where I am right now. Oh yeah, I wish it was raining here too. I don't even know exactly what the temperature is because my temperature gauge thing needs a battery and I haven't put a battery in it. I just know it's fucking hot.
Have you just polished that armor, Buzit?
Of course.
Isn't that a little...
What?
Nothing.
Out with it, woman.
Forget I said anything. You look very dignified.
Thank you.
And shiny. Very shiny.
Sorry, I'm really liking that conversation that was happening. It was making me laugh.
Was a guard under the last king. Far cry from those days.
I know there's no point in this, but... Oh, hey, Petra!
Petra.
Here she is, the guest of honor. I knew there was something about you.
Yeah, that's the
Hammered
same
from
temperature as in
stuff
my
they make
house.
leaders out of. And I don't say that to every Nora girl who blows.
Oh, I'm so glad we see Petra again.
That
I like
happens to you a
Petra.
lot?
Had to build a wall to fend them off.
Good thing I'm persistent then.
I've missed our little talks. Murad asked me to look over the city arsenal. These guns have aged well. That runs in the Osram, no? They were the pride of the Mainspring Forges, so I've taken greater pride in improving them.
Can I try one?
Everybody wants a turn. Have at it then. The target should put up a little less of a fight than those bandit raiders did.
Where's the target? Oh, there. Oh, right there.
It is nice and wide. No need to aim it like a bow. Range is good. Try the next. See? That'll knock a machine on its ass, ancient or no. With these, I think we could hold off an army.
Is that all of them?
You know that I appreciate your help, Petra.
Huh?
This battle, I don't know what's gonna happen.
We'll see each other again.
I
you know it.
hate how hot it is.
Next time could be the time I'll convince you to stick with the free heap.
Petra, you know
I do. Always had a weakness for restless girls, though.
I'm a little bit concerned that it hasn't, like...
I don't make weapons for a living. It's more of a diversion.
No one's house inside. Yeah, that's the problem with English engineering. We've designed houses to retain heat, which, when we have a heat wave, is a huge fucking problem. Actually, why have I just activated this? Because we're only going to be able to go...
How many men do you think will win the battle, Lucid?
As many as I have to.
I love it when you say things like that. It's so...
What?
cheerful.
Why am I talking to him?
Don't ask me where to go if you're lost.
Aloy.
Oh my god,
I
it's
told you I'd be
Teb!
here.
You did, Teb. But have your wounds even had time to heal?
Honestly, if I fought, I'd probably come undone. But don't worry.
Oh, I
I'll
wonder
leave
that's
that
why
to
it
the
hasn't
other
ticked
North
this
to
off, but
spy.
there's probably going to be other people I can talk
brought
to here.
supplies instead. These Karja have made me an honorary quartermaster, whatever that means.
It sounds impressive.
I could get used to it. We'll be setting up caches of arms and medicine under these banners. Look for them when the fighting starts. Aloy, when you went into the mountain, did the goddess tell you our chances?
She didn't need to. I know we can do this, Teb.
Maybe we can.
We all have our place in the order of things.
There we go.
A woman atop the Hunter's Lodge.
Oh, here we have another log as well. Halloween. So, Halloween is 65. Travis came by trick-or-treating, dressed up like me. Should have seen that coming. I gave him a half-eaten packet of dandy wafers as a treat and kicked him out. But not before he invited me to some kind of Italian horror extravaganza he organised for Zero Dawn staff. Seriously. As though there isn't enough horror in the world already. Anyway, I was already scheduled to fly out here to G Prime for final inspections with Harry's and the President's delegation. Ted was here too, and he was not looking good. Kept fidgeting and couldn't seem to look me in the face without blinking. I was relieved when he boarded his vert and flew back to Thebes. Though I guess I shouldn't complain. If he wants to build himself a deluxe shelter to ride out the apocalypse, let him. Keeps him out of Elysium and away from me. Harry struck around long enough to give me a detailed briefing on the strategic situation. Basically, we've entered the terminal phase, as though the colour of the sky when I was flying over here wasn't clear enough. Another 2 or 3 weeks and the atmosphere won't be breathable. The last vestiges of European and West African civil brigades are trapped with their backs against the Atlantic. The swarm that scuttled across Antarctica is crossing the Straits of Magellan and about to start its death crawl up South America toward the Amazon. All the work we did to reconstitute the rainforests, and it comes to this. And advanced elements of the Pacific swarms are already skirmishing with units on the Kalmar seawall. The noose is tightening. Projections show we can still finish in time, but the margin of error is plus or minus 10 days, not really a good spread. If the plague breaks through ahead of schedule, well, it just can't. I will not let that happen. Enough writing. I need to get back to Zero Dawn. I can't remember exactly what happened on foot. It's been a little while, so I can't. I know that Ted sabotaged something. I don't remember the exact.
Little Huntress, you called, so here I am.
I remember
Ready
really
to
liking
fight?
her as well.
Fight?
Vanessa was awesome.
I thought you just wanted tea and conversation. Is there a battle coming? I wasn't informed.
Well, that can't be true. You're always informed.
Ah,
Everything
so
my
I am.
skin touches
We've only met a few
burns.
times, and yet you know me so well.
I don't think I know you
Everything
at all,
burns.
but I'd like to.
When I hear that line, it usually means something else. Can I tell you a secret?
Of course.
I've been waiting for this fight my whole life.
Me and Aloy,
The
same
enemy we
wavelength.
face today is the same that turned Meridian into a slave pit and Sunfall into a bloodbath. Fanatics who torture and murder mothers, fathers, families, children, and say it's the will of the sun. I hate them, Aloy. I've got the scars of their whips on my back to prove it. And today, we can get rid of them once and for all. I said I came for you, but that was only half the truth. I came for them. This time, they're not getting away.
I'm with you, Vanasha. We'll fight them together.
Vanasha is such
And I won't forget it, little Huntress.
a complex, like, really well-written
Tomorrow,
character, and she
may
was
the
introduced
sun
so
rise in a
late in the
better
game.
world.
It's really disappointing.
Brother's shift today. Sure as
I
the
only
sun's
fight when I
rising.
have to. But by the time I have to, I usually
Once
want
again
to.
left the Hunter's Lodge. I could not ask for a more noble house. You're the one who brought Prince Eastman home.
Is that this? Yeah, that's it. Why do they keep giving me the notification for the same ones? Come here, horsey. Let's go. That's one of the binoculars, isn't it? Is there someone I know?
You're the hunter from the Banuk Grove.
I remember you also, Nora. The machines shook free of their slumber after you arrived. Raged and fought.
Well, that wasn't my fault.
No, I'm thanking you. That night, I decided I would not go back to Banur. I would take my hunt into these lands. So many machines, even demons. Spidery, skittering, without the blue light in them. Dead things that must be killed again.
Our enemies dug up an army of them.
An army. Yes, that's why I came. Good. I'll wait.
I'll probably take the rest of this on foot. I feel like there might be other people to talk to. Or, of course, I could be completely wrong. But it's a fairly twisting path. It's probably just as easy to go up on foot as it is on horsey back.
Talana.
Yay! I love
Why are you
Talana.
here?
I'm your hawk. Where else would I be?
Defending Meridian with Avad?
I leave that to the rest of the lodge. I will not stand aside while one of mine fights alone. Not again.
Are you sure you...
You're risking your life for all of us. You can't ask me to stand by and watch. Not when I have the power to change it.
Then I won't ask you.
It's settled. I will fight by your side. My only request...
Name it.
Leave the biggest machine for me.
No promises.
I'm glad I'm doing this optional checking out of things. I'm just making sure that there aren't any people that I'm missing. Right, so didn't Teb say when the battle happens that anywhere where there's those blue flags, the banners, there will be caches of items?
These guys?
They call themselves the Eclipse.
What does that
Hey,
mean?
Aaron.
It's when the moon gets in front of the sun, idiot.
Is that supposed to sound scary or something?
I don't know. They used to be Karja. Karja are always yammering about sun and shade.
Well, if they used to be Karja, how tough can they be?
Yeah, they're best guys dressed like birds. We'll rip their little feathers off.
And let's not get cocky, boys. Aloy. So here we are again, gearing up for a fight. Only this time it sounds like the bad guys have a lot more firepower. What are we up against, really?
I'm not sure. But there's gonna be a lot of them, and they'll have machines. And if they get past us, it's not just Meridian that will fall. The rest of the world will go with it.
Well, that's big. It sounds like our kind of fight. Right, guys? Well, where do they put the vanguard?
At the front of the line!
And why?
Steel before iron!
And what are we gonna do?
Hit them like a hammer till they can't hit back!
Damn right! You hear that? Nobody's getting past the vanguard. We're here for Meridian. And we're here for you.
Thank you, Aaron. Ursa would be proud.
Only if we win.
I wonder how many of
What
these
kind of
people are
machines do
gonna
they got?
die. Like the like the named
From the
NPCs.
ancients. Ugly and ancient? Like your mother?
Worse, like your wife.
That's enough. This is what I have to deal with.
Oh my god, it's the Nora.
Greetings, Aloy. Don't. You don't need to bow. The Anointed doesn't like it.
She doesn't much like being called anointed either. It means a lot to have you here, Varl.
I gave my word.
So, Meridian, what do you think?
I've seen many new things since I first met you. I should thank you.
Varl, what's wrong?
You really want to know? All right. I'm in a foreign land, a tainted land, defending a faithless city that looks like nothing I've seen. From something I can't imagine. And you, after all that's happened, all you've done, I feel like I should drop to my knees and worship you, but I know you don't want that.
Boy, things are pretty tough for you, huh? Thanks for telling the other Nora not to bow. It's the last thing I need.
Don't be too hard on them. They only joined this fight because the Anointed bid it so.
Is that why you came?
No. I would have come just to see you one more time. And we must fight a metal devil, because the goddess says. Or...
Why does everyone want to get in Aloy's pants?
I think the goddess and I are in agreement. We're both glad you're here.
So am I. Your friend, the Vanguard, keeps looking over.
Because everybody wants in my pants. Oh, is this our last journal entry? So this is the 15th of January 66. Such a close thing. It's been what, 43 hours since Harry has warned me? Said collapse of the eastern line was imminent. Swarms launching some kind of pincer maneuver versus the Wichita salient. 5 or 6 more days, and I think Gaia could have launched without our help. I really do. We had to scramble. Zero Dawn became a madhouse, absolute bedlam. Every team rushing to stabilize code and lock it down as Gammas got evacuated, and Betas. Once Gaia was on her way, I gathered the Alphas together to give them the bad news. Felt like I was going to throw up. But they already knew, of course. They knew the work wasn't really finished. Close, but not quite there. Still tests to run, kinks to smooth, work to do. So they accepted it. No Elysium for us. We'll spend the rest of our lives here, testing and polishing each subordinate function to perfection. Guess that's what you get when you recruit a bunch of obsessive perfectionists. Managed not to cry until I got... Ooh! Ooh, you did better than me. Managed not to cry until I got back to my office. And so, here we are, setting up Gaia Prime. And yeah, such a close thing. Makes me feel nauseated all over again when I contemplate how the fate of life could hinge on coincidence. If I'd never purposed the Lightkeeper protocol, there never would have been living spaces constructed here. If I'd abandoned the protocol sooner, the necessary life support systems would never have been installed. If. At least we won't have to endure the creepiness of raising and training clones of ourselves. The genetic material was never processed out of the cradle site, so it's not even possible. For which I'm glad. I really wouldn't want to spend time around a young Travis Tate raised by Travis Tate. No, it'll be up to us to perfect Gaia. One generation only. Update. That was General Harry's. The salient has collapsed. USRC expects to be over in 2 days, which gives us 72 hours at best to lock down and seal up. Buried alive, for life's sake. I'll go tell the others.
It rises taller than the highest tree.
These Carja in their frilled armor look like turkeys.
But there are so many. And now we are so few.
They are not our foe. Not this time.
Quiet now. She comes.
The Anointed.
War Chief Sona. War Chief, you seem uncomfortable.
The Nora do not belong here. I do not belong here. I will fight the metal devil that threatens us all, but my place is in the sacred land. The wrongness here jags at me like an arrowhead.
I'm sorry to put you through this.
Do not be sorry. This will be ended. My spear, my word.
Right, we're going all the way back to Meridian. What? I keep pressing R2 to run. Whoopsies. Oh, what? Okay. I don't suppose there happens to be like an easy way down. Like a grapple point or something. No, it doesn't look like it. It would have just been useful. I'm glad I'm getting to take in a little bit of the world again before we proceed to actually doing the final shit.
There's a man who knows how to enjoy. I picked you a big
belly this winter. You'll regret not stopping.
Take a look at these wares. Would you like to buy something today?
Prince eat him in as a lot.
I probably should have saved at one of these campfires just in case. If there's another one, I will do.
Only the finest goods here. See for yourself.
Get out of my way!
Owen's apartment feels empty. Should I sleep? Did I leave anything unfinished?
Let me just double check. I don't think so. I think we've done everything. Obviously, we have the DLC, but I assume I can just reboot the DLC after. I'm hoping.
How could you sleep, Elizabeth, with a weight like this pressing on you? How did you, Rost, after you lost your family? Silence? Are you there? Guess I shouldn't ask ghosts for advice.
All allies joined. Yay! That's an optional trophy, I'm guessing. Given Aloy's actions, all possible optional allies join the defense. Oh, I got another skill point.
Ma'am, there are signs from the west. Sun King Avad awaits you at the Temple of the Sun.
Campfires, perhaps? Massing forces for the long march to the city gates?
But it's not worth smoke.
And what is it?
The end. Or how it begins, anyway.
The Deathbringers you spoke of?
To the guns! To the guns! Now!
By the sun, do as she says!
Set loaded! All of you, be ready to fire!
Will the guns hold them back?
We're about to find out. Rally the vanguard. Send reinforcements.
Aloy, no!
We need those guns!
He will cut you down!
Not this time!
Yes, Queen!
You have vexed me long enough.
Should have fought me.
I've only got two.
Sun ring then.
Oh shit, hang on, I need fire for that, don't I?
Accept it. Accept your weakness. Try to run. Only endless night awaits you. Meridian must run red to be cleansed.
He's quick. Damn him. Blocked again.
He's really taking a lot right there.
Blocked again. If the Deathbringers keep firing, this bridge will go.
Should I equip something other than the Tear Blaster right now? Would I be better off maybe... Because he doesn't really have anything I can blast off.
Damn him. He's quick. He's quick. Bridge can't take much more of this. Keep him away. He's too dangerous and close. It's giving way!
What are you before the terror of the sun?
The one who will take you down!
I am chosen. You came from nothing. You will die on nothing. A savage cannot understand destiny. 'Destiny. 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 '
Shit, it would have just been easier to do that.
I am chosen. This was not meant to be.
Oh shit, I hope this hurts. None of us were meant to be. I don't have to. Let's try and be slightly understanding.
None of this was meant to be, Helis. You made it happen. Followed your orders, butchered so many, and for what? To die on your knees, used like a pawn by a power you don't even understand?
You pity me?
Turn your face to the sun.
Oh wow. We didn't use any potions, which is always good. Let me just make sure that... Get ourselves fully supplied up.
Forget about traveling light.
Am I about to use a big bada boom?
Where do you need me?
Take up a cannon on the platform.
Here it comes. Better move.
Felt that.
South! They're coming from the south!
Oh, level up. I can gain a new skill. I have 2 skills left to learn. Mount Repair Plus increases mount health and repair speed. I don't really use much. Dismount Strike. Press square to launch a jumping attack from your mount. Damages medium machines and can take down small machines and humans. Okay, we'll learn that one first. Okay, I see them. Oh yes, a nice big explosion. Stop things like that. no, the evil chocobo. Oh shit, I just blew myself up a little bit.
Beware, Nora! Incoming!
Now it's mad. Time to go.
It's taking a shot at me.
Don't die! Alone, the attack! Lower your arms, but be wary!
Chance to catch a breath and prepare.
I'm actually mostly fairly healed. Oh, they literally mean like prepare.
Not too much already.
Oh fuck. Fuck, where's my cannon gone? I'm not having as good a start this time to this. Oh, I shot way too high then.
From the sky!
Oh, fuck. Flying ones. I hate flying ones. Oh, I got one hit in.
Gotta get to another platform.
Oh, no, 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 no. Not a Stormbringer! Die. That was a good few hits. Just realised I'd probably be better.
I found this.
Get closer. Yeah.
When that hits.
I love how I'm suddenly just holding my bow despite the fact I've just been blowing things up with a fucking cannon.
Incoming!
Oh shit. Oh no, this doesn't look good.
Aloy.
Oh, it's Tab.
Aloy.
Hey, Tab.
Aloy! Tab? By all mother, you survived. I thought you were killed.
The others, are they?
No. Wounded, but alive, mostly. The machines blasted through, then kept going. They marched on the spire, dragging that thing with them.
Take care of the others, Tab. I've gotta go.
Right, so theoretically we're now going to the spire. Holy shit, is this Meridian Village? Fuck, it is. Oh my god.
This is where I belong, Aloy. But the spire calls for you.
Aloy, go! We'll draw them. Now you face their true son, shadow demons.
I almost missed this. But where you must go now. I can't follow.
Take the fight to the spire, Aloy. Meridian will hold, or my marks of honor mean nothing.
This is like, wow.
Challenge. My strength is not yet spent. I earned it by ice and snow.
Rest now, my center.
Make sure I fully
I can't spare the weight.
fill up my shit on the way.
It's begun. Hades is transmitting.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck.
If Hades has started the signal, it must
Yeah, I
have gotten through
remember
the
now
defenses.
the thing that happened. It
Baron's vanguard. I have to get up there.
the robots were able to convert any like biological matter into fuel. Started wiping out the environment and then people.
Gotta keep going. Keep pushing. Knew this wouldn't be easy. So no holding back.
Aloy! It's Aloy! Well, you can see that. You thought you'd fallen at the ridge.
No, the ridge fell on me. Look, there isn't a lot of time left. I have to face Hades.
Not alone.
It's my fight. I can't ask you to come with me.
We were about to go over the top anyway, right?
Right.
Hawk and Thrush, let's go.
I should stock up. Last chance.
Sorry, I just need to text. That was... Sorry, don't mind me. Sorry, right, okay. So is this my way up? Yes, it is. Okay, I see some yeah, blaze containers.
Arrival of entity has been anticipated. Entity will not halt transmission. To contrary, calculations are precise. Presence of entity has been accounted for.
Corrupting my focus. Oh hell nah. This feels like it might be a good time to go back to using my tear blaster. Wait, why am I being timed? Oh, hello. really want to take down.
Keep coming. Knock them back.
Take them out first!
The metal children have fallen. Deathbringer falls. The battle is ours.
Jesus, I need to turn my I just need to turn my fan up a little bit. It's getting hotter and hotter. Right. Whew. Alright, that was a little bit intense. I kind of haven't played it for a few months. Literally, I have left it at my the last save I was at months ago. I think this is my first time playing it since last time you were here. But welcome, Beamer. Wait, what was intense? Oh, just a big battle. Not intense like the kind of intense you're probably thinking, Mrs. Simon. Nothing causing me to like sob my eyes out.
System threat imminent.
I'm more than a threat.
Yeah, we don't want spoilers. Yeah, I was just after my little unexpected break from streaming, I wanted to come back in and just sort of refresh myself on something slightly. So I also I played Stray, and then I still had planned to do the Nier Replicant speedrun trophy. So I thought I'd do that so that I could clear out of my my log of games. And then this is kind of like the next one on my list of games that needed clearing. Basically, I'm just trying to get rid of the games from my rotation. Right, let's go speak to Hades. Hades! Oh, wait, was that actually the final boss? Oh, shit.
Master Override armed. To activate, state name and rank.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master Override activated. Purging extinction protocol.
So we've actually killed Hades. I don't know why, I kind of thought that the final boss might be like Hades mounted on something. I didn't think it would just be like a Deathbringer with some like other robots coming in. I'm kind of gutted that Lance Reddick didn't join us. Data integrity restored. Gaia log 3rd
Okay,
of February.
Gaia.
Something.
Sorry about that. Where was I?
I think it was 1965.
You were telling a story.
Right. Yeah, so, like I was saying, it was a children's electronics kit, but I hacked the wiring to an auto battery and solar PV. So the grass caught fire. And, so did a tall pine that had stood there, I don't know, maybe 100 years.
Query. You were how old?
6. My mother was home, thank God, so she called the fire department, and after, she took me out to the lawn and showed me the dead baby birds. Ranch. Because there were nests in the pine tree.
Query. What did you feel?
I'm not sure. I remember yelling that I didn't care. And that's when my mother took my face in her hands and spoke.
Query. What did she say?
She said I had to care. She said, Elizabeth, being smart will count for nothing if you don't make the world better. You have to use your smarts to count for something. To serve life, not death.
You often tell stories of your mother, but you are childless.
I never had time. Guess it was for the best.
If you had had a child, Elizabeth, what would you have wished for him or her?
I guess I would have wanted her to be curious. And willful, unstoppable, even. But with enough compassion to heal the world. Just a little bit.
She actually survived. Well. Survived the bit where she sacrificed herself.
Anyway, that's all I've got for now, Gaia. Time to tuck in.
I wish you a pleasant sleep, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Oh wait, hang on, that's in one of the triangles of flowers where you like you find the metal flowers in. Is that meant to mean something? Oh, I thought I thought this was something like a teaser. Then I didn't realize it was the credits. I was like, "Oh shit, what's happening?" I know that she, like, died either way, but I'm really happy she managed to get away from Zero Dawn and actually made it back to her home. Yeah, because they don't actually explain, do they, what the flowers are, just that they're something that have only started cropping up recently. But they're all surrounded in that very specific formation of triangle flowers. I think so. Anytime something cropped up on screen to read, I read it, so... I love how this credit sequence is some, like, Marvel Cinematic Universe ending credit shit. Because I know every time I picked up a flower, I had to go and knock off the notification from the inventory section, like the special. When I get a second, I'll go back and have a look just in case. And so I remember reading anything that it made obvious for me that I needed to read. Oh, now you've got me wondering with poetry, because I don't remember poetry, but we are going back a few months. Let's wait for the credits to end, then I'll go make sure. As soon as I look at one, if I've seen it, I know it will, like, trigger back. Don't be too hasty after credits. Oh no, I won't be. What I'm probably going to do is wait for the credits to happen, see what happens, and then when it lets me go back into the game, because I'm assuming it'll let me go back into the game so I can go do the DLC, we'll go on a 5-minute break to then do the DLC. Is there nothing that happens in the cuts? Okay. In that case, I will... This is something that I've never actually done before. I don't think I've ever skipped end credits in a game that I've played. But it's because I usually use it to talk. Oh, she's left her spear inside Hades. Uh-oh. Wait, so... I was gonna say that's going to the west, isn't it? Lance Reddick! Oh,
Hello,
Lance Reddick,
friend.
what are you doing?
Remember me? We've still so much to discuss. So much you never revealed. Your masters, for example. The ones who sent the signal that woke you. Knowledge has its rewards, don't you think? Well, let's begin.
Oh, Lance Reddick, what are you doing? What's he doing? Yay, I ended the war machine threat. Oh shit, wait, what? Have I really? Let me just do it. Did I really? I didn't even go out on my way to platinum trophy it. Well, yay me! That's always nice. Platinum trophying a game without even trying. Congratulations on defeating Hades and protecting Gaia's dream of an Earth reborn. The state of the world has been restored to just before the looming shadow prior to the final battle for Meridian. You keep all loot and experience from your successful playthrough. Additionally, New Game Plus has been unlocked, granting the option to play the game again from the beginning with all the loot and skills you've accumulated through this playthrough. A New Game Plus loadout of your current inventory and skills has been created. To play in this mode, simply choose the New Game Plus option in the main menu. You can also create new loadouts via the pause menu in-game. Thank you for playing. Right, so... Yeah, so it's literally the kind of like... Congrats on accidentally getting a trophy. Yeah, that's just, like I say, that's just good. So yeah, so in the inventory, in the notebook even. Oh, no, shit, I didn't. I didn't realize that, okay. I didn't realize there was stuff I could read on them. Light of the moon moves west, flowers' shadows creep eastward. Evening wind, water laps the heron's legs. Lightning flash, what I thought were faces are plumes of pampas grass. Orchid breathing incense into butterfly wings. Summer grasses of all that remains are soldier's dreams. When this pine sapling grows to flower, who'll be here? Sharing tree shade with a butterfly, friends in a previous life. Watching the river through a window of trees, spring rain falls. From the mind of a single long vine, 100 opening lives. To tangle or untangle the willow, it's up to the wind. When dawn hennas her hands with the blood of the horizon, Horizon Dawn, let the new bride of the golden veil uncover her shining face. The sky's face has turned dark, don't believe, a cloud has come. In the garden, snow changed the raven to a falcon of white. Oh, what designs might the magician of cold display? Like a mirror, the page of the water is bound in ice. Okay, so these, the Mark II ones have got like a lot longer. The dust of many crumbled cities settles over us like a forgotten doze. But we are older than those cities. We began as a mineral, we emerged into plant life, and into the animal state, and then into being human, and we have forgotten our former states, except in early spring when we slightly recall being green again. By its own nature, it towers above the tangle of rivers. Don't say it's a lot of dirt piled high, without end the mist of dawn. The evening cloud draw their shadows across it. From the four directions you can look up and see it, green and steep and wild. Even this morning, O swan, awake, arise, follow me. There is a land where now no doubt nor sorrow have rule, where the terror of death is no more. There the woods of spring are abloom, and the fragrant scent, he is I, is borne on the wind. There the bee of the heart is deeply immersed, and desires no other joy. I saw a mountain, its haughty peak, and bunched spine vying with the worlds on high. deflecting every salvo of the wind and shouldering the starlight above from the sky, brooding above the dunes like some great thinker, considering days to come as nights go by, with black clouds wrapped about it for a turban, and bangs of red-head lightning in its face, and through the night that tongueless mountain uttered marvelous things. In autumn rain the grasses rot and die. Below the steps the dewming's colour is fresh. Full green leaves cover the stems like feathers, and countless flowers bloom like golden coins. The cold wind, moaning, blows against you fiercely. I fear that soon you'll find it hard to stand. Upstairs the scholar lets down his white hair. He faces the wind, breathes the fragrance, and weeps. I slumbered this spring morning and missed the dawn. From everywhere I heard the cry of birds. That night the sound of wind and rain had come. Who knows how many petals then had fallen? The moon's reflected on the river a few feet away. A lantern shines in the night near the third watch. On the sand, egrets sleep, peacefully curled together. Behind the boat, I hear the splash of jumping fish. When you are so full of sorrow that you can't walk, can't cry anymore, think about the green foliage that sparkles after the rain. When the daylight exhausts you, when you hope a final night will cover the world, think about the awakening of a young child. Oh, these ones are a lot longer. As a fond mother when the day is o'er, leads by the hand her little child to bed, half willing, half reluctant to be led, and leave his broken playthings on the floor. Still gazing at them through the open door, nor wholly reassured and comforted by promises of others in their stead, which, though more splendid, may not please him more. So nature deals with us and takes away our playthings one by one, and by the hand leads us rest so gently that we go, scarce knowing if we wish to go or stay, being too full of sleep to understand how far the unknown transcends the what we know. Now the cordial clouds have shut all in, and gently swells the wind to say all's well. The scattered drops are falling fast and thin, some in the pool, some in the flower bell. I am well drenched upon my bed of oats, but see that globe come rolling down its stem. Now like a lonely planet there it floats, and now it sinks into my garment's hem. Are these Gaia? Has a fragment of Gaia actually survived? A wind sways the pines, and below, not a breath of wild air, still as the mosses that glow. On the flooring and over the lines of the roots here and there, the pine tree drops its dead. They are quiet as under the sea. Overhead, overhead, rushes life in a race. As the clouds chase, and here we go. And we drop like the fruits of the tree, even we, even so. Life, believe, is not a dream. Oh, right track, wrong train. At least that's what I think. Okay. So darker sages say, after little morning rain foretells a pleasant day. Sometimes there are clouds of gloom, but these are transient all. If the shower will make the roses bloom, oh why lament its fall? Season of mists and mellow fruitfulness, close bosom friend the maturing sun, conspiring with him how to load and bless with fruit the vines that round the fat sheaves run, to bend with apples the mossed cottage trees, and fill all fruit with ripeness to the core, To swell the gourd and plump the hazel shells, with a sweet kernel to set budding more, and still more later flowers for the bees, until they think warm days will never cease. See, with all the poetry, you'd think that the natural, like, link I think we're meant to make is, I've forgotten her name. Is it Naoto? The scientist that worked with, Elizabeth, because I know one of the diaries specifically mentions her love of poetry. Flow, softly flow by lawn and lea, a rivulet then a river, nowhere by thee my steps shall be, forever and forever. But here will sigh thine alder tree, and here thine aspen shiver, and here by thee will hum the bee, forever and forever. 1,000 suns will stream on thee, 1,000 moons will quiver, but not by thee my steps shall be, forever and forever. Oh, I really like the flow of that one. It's got a really the rhythm for reading it is really pleasant. Spake full well in language quaint and olden, one who dwelleth by the castled Rhine. She worked on... It began with an H. Hephaestus? Very desperately trying to put my brain back together to remember. When he called the flowers so blue and golden, stars that in earth's firmament do shine. This is another one that's got a really nice rhythm to it. Stars they are, wherein we read our history, as astrologers and seers of eld, yet not wrapped about with awful mystery, like the burning stars which they beheld. Wondrous truths and manifold as wondrous, God hath written in those stars above, but not less in the bright flowerets under us stands the revelation of his love. Low in the eastern sky is set thy glancing eye, and though its gracious light ne'er riseth to my sight, yet every star that climbs above the gnarled limbs of yonder hill conveys thy gentle will. Oh shit, okay, yeah, why did I think she worked on Hephaestus? It wasn't Apollo, was it? I mean, I know Apollo was the repository of, like, knowledge and, history and everything, so maybe it is. I'm trying to, like I say, I'm trying to rewind my brain back right now, because it was, like, 3 months ago that I did that sequence. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills. I don't know why I wanted to say skies. When all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils, beside the lake beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in never-ending line along the margin of a bay. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. And finally, it may indeed be fantasy when I essay to draw from all created things deep, heartfelt, inward joy that closely clings, and trace in leaves and flowers that round me lie. Lessons of love and earnest piety, so let it be, and of the world-wide rings, in mock of this belief it brings, so will I build my altar in the fields, and the blue sky my fretted dome shall be, and the sweet fragrance that the wildflower yields shall be the incense I will yield to thee. The only God, and thou shalt not despise, even me, the priest of this poor sacrifice. So that's all of them. And I've just suddenly realised that there was all of these that I could have read as well. Oh, wow. Oh, I wouldn't mind, literally, yeah, Dimiter, it was literally mentioned in one of the last notebooks that I just read. Like, literally, it was literally one of these last ones that just unlocked. There we go. I knew it's literally been mentioned in one of the last things that I read, but my brain just didn't put it together. Anyway, on that note, I'm going for a 5-minute break to... I can't remember I'm going to make a cup of tea in this weather, but I don't think my Pepsi in the fridge is cooled down enough because I only put it in before we started streaming. Actually, 2 hours? It might be. But I have a feeling I'm going to have to drink something else. So I will, yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I've just been trying to get this fan closer to me because Jesus Christ. My Pepsi is not as cold as I would like it to be, but it's gonna have to do because I can't drink a cup of tea right now. It's way too hot. Right, so we are going into the frozen wilds. I kind of wanted to like trail there properly, but I think we're gonna go straight there. I might actually have to craft some camping kits if I'm gonna keep doing that. We'll see. Actually, I need to sell shit. I need to sell some shit. The golden one? The golden what now? I'm curious. I know I'm missing some data points. Well, a lot of data points. Please don't tell me that there's something that unlocks for getting all of the text data points. Because otherwise, you know I'm going to lose my mind actually going out looking for them. Unlimited travel? Oh! as I quickly look up how to get this, just to see. Oh, you literally just buy it? No, there isn't, because like I say, I've got the platinum trophy just for what I've got. You can just buy it from traders, apparently. I wonder if I did. I wonder if I saw it earlier on and didn't get it at the time because I wasn't actually fast traveling. I only started fast traveling towards the end of the game. Generally speaking, in games, I'm not a fan of fast traveling. Yeah, but I try not to think too carefully on that because otherwise I go slightly crazy. So if I can limit myself to thinking of it in trophy definitions, I don't lose my mind trying to achieve absolutely everything that can possibly be achieved in every game. I'm slightly
No space.
I might need to sell some shit. Hopefully I'll come across a merchant soon. I can sell things a bit more properly. Got a fuck skin. What am I missing there? It's nothing important. Believe me, I don't have the most self-control. Knowing that I might actually be leaving things behind is a struggle for me mentally.
What are you doing, Aloy? This path leads to the cut. The Banuk have nothing to offer besides useless mysticism. The Eclipse won't stand idle while you waste time playing.
Thank you for emphasizing the sum.
Surprised you're still checking up on me. I thought you had moved on.
Forgive me for still being concerned with the fate of the world.
I was thinking, Banuk shamans thread blue cables through their skin, right? Kind of like someone else we know, huh? So maybe the real reason you want me to stay clear of the Banuk is to stay clear of your past.
It's not the past that concerns me, Aloy. It's the future, or possible lack thereof. Which is why you should stop prattling and get back to what matters. But as usual, you do as you wish.
Touchy.
I'm just going through a ridge at the minute, aren't I? Yeah. I'm liking these glowing blue wire formations.
This one's a new predator. I can see the heat coming off it.
Oh shit, yeah, it is new. It's like a Ravager type, isn't it? But I can still override it. That wasn't quite what I aimed for, but I'll take it. Right, okay, I see. So that, like, fire howl thing actually comes out like a shockwave. I hadn't noticed that because I was so close to it. The demonic scorcher. Hang on, can I get rid of some lower resources? Because luminous braiding. Let's go right to the bottom, get rid of. I need to get rid of some of this ridgewood. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna get rid of the 2 for now. I didn't realize just how much fucking ridgewood I had on me. I know that I use it to make arrows, but Jesus Christ. And then my first instinct is to try and get some more. I saw the ridgewood and I was like, gimme! Actually, that's the point. Do I have any, I do have some... I mean, I was actually hoping to find a fast travel pack or 2. Literally 2 boxes with fast travel packs in them.
Okay, that's a welcome, I guess.
Like I said, I'm really liking this blue glow. The blue glow combined with the ice. Oh! Roll credits. Yeah, the blue glow with the snow is just, it's a really nice combination.
You sure you'll be warm enough up here, Nora?
I've worked up a sweat from the climb.
Okay, we have someone coming up.
You made it to the cut, Outlander.
Not that you'll stay long.
This is Song's Edge, biggest settlement in the cut.
Oh, so we're starting off with the biggest settlement. Oh wow, was that a volcano?
Smoke rising from the mountain. And the village too. What's it for?
Wait, is that electricity? Is that like corruption? Oh, I can't destroy these ones.
How are we to trust the chieftain after so many died under his command?
Is there a merchant in this village?
You died on Thunder's drum. Your songs will not be forgotten. Bad omen for the ritual.
Oh, holy shit, there's loads of people down there. Oh, fuck, this really is a big settlement.
Should have brought a cart. Must be something big going
Shaman
on.
has abandoned us.
Most of the village is
Our
moving
chieftain
towards that
has led
smoke.
our best to their deaths. Where should we find hope now?
Let's do a manual save. I've not done one of those in, well, the entire stream. 3 months since I last played this game. Aloy is like, move on my way, bitch! I am Aloy.
Get ready for a rare sight, Nora. Bergrind, purveyor of necessities.
Aha,
Most
merchant.
of the time, the Banuk burn their dead. But not today.
Because the bodies couldn't be recovered.
Aye, a nasty business. All their best warriors lost. So they're getting a different kind of send-off.
Grasp your grief, my hunters, and kill it! For our kin sees the fate all Banuk long for. Falling with their spears striking steel. Their struggle is over now. You have witnessed their spirits rise up into the blue sky and beyond to the blue light.
So I've gone completely silent. I'm really taking this in.
It's only beginning. Soon, we will again take up the hunt against the daemon that frenzies the machines against us. And so I ask you, can you summon the courage of our fallen kin? Will you fight and die as well as they did?
My courage! My spear!
Our blood is in your teeth, Aratak!
We are Banuk. Our enemies are prey.
The daemon. That frenzies the machines.
Machines that wiped out their best. And what do they want to do? Go back up there. Fools. A little advice, for free.
Aloy.
Aloy. I've been up here for 2 long winters, and I still can't make sense of the Banuk. Take this ruckus. It started with one of their shamans, Aurea, spouting on about spirits and demons up on Thunder's drum. So they march their Warwick up there, and half of them get slaughtered by machines. When Aurea vanished, I thought the crazy might have gone with her, but no. Here's Big Aratak, gearing them up to do it all over again.
Oh, time to do some talking.
Have you ever heard of a man named Silence? Tall, deadly serious, cables in his skin, like a shaman?
I've heard that name once or twice, but always whispered. Like some boogeyman the Banuk want to forget.
Silence
Not
being
sure
whispered.
what went down, but I got the impression he messed with the Conclave. Or they messed with him.
Conclave?
All the most important shamans gather in Banur from time to time to keep up with the latest mumbo-jumbo. No idea how they all fit into one tent without those crazy headdresses getting locked up on each other. Aurea's been to that shindig, but when I asked her what it's like, she just gave me a dirty look. So if you want to know more, you'll have to find her and make her like you, I guess. Good luck.
What is it about the Banuk you can't make sense of?
Well, everything's a test to them. A hardship to endure. A challenge to survive.
Seems like they don't have much of a choice in a place like this.
Yeah. A land cold enough to crack teeth, filled with wild animals. You'd think they'd accept a little reasonably priced aid. Oh, believe me, I've tried to convince them. But a Banuk with nothing left to prove might just lie down and die.
And Aurea is the one who spoke about this daemon?
That's right. Told Aratak and the others that it lives up on Thunder's drum. And they believed her.
But you don't.
Look, I don't know what Aurea found up there. A shaman's not going to talk to an outlander. The machines in the cut are getting more vicious, that's a fact. It could be because of the daemon, or it could be because they all got indigestion, for all I know. Aurea's not around to explain. She took off, and no one knows why.
Is Aratak a renowned warrior around here?
He's a Warwick chieftain. His voice carries a lot of respect. Not that you hear much of it. Man talks about as much as a dead fish. But when he and Aurea came to town with their Warwick, it drew more Banuk to this little burg than I'd ever seen. Know what else I saw, Aloy? My own little trade route, stretching all the way back to the claim. Then, he goes and leads them off to their death at the claws of angry machines. So much for my best customers.
What are these Warwicks about, Bergrand? Some sort of tribe within the tribe?
Not like our clans back home. You don't get born into these things. They hold tryouts. Prove your best at something and you might get a place. Some Wericks come and go. Some last as long as metal. The whole Banuk territory, Banur, is just a bunch of the biggest, oldest Wericks.
I'm not sure if I'm less confused or more confused.
Well, here's the sure thing. Each Werick has a chieftain and a shaman.
I could be wrong,
They
but they
make the
seem to have
decisions.
improved
All
some of
well
like
and
the
good,
animation
except
model
the
rigging
chieftains
between
are
the main game and this. They
and the
seem
shamans
to
have their
move a
heads
lot
in the
more
clouds.
like expressively and realistically.
You said you've lived out here for 2 winters?
Aye. Back home, some fur traders told me about this steel-forsaken heap of tents. Good location. Ripe for change. We were barely scraping by until this place started filling up for Araya. A great prophet is coming, they said. I heard prophet. Honest mistake. Not that the Banuk are stingy, they just prefer to keep trade among themselves. We could get through to enough of them. We could really put this place on the map. Or at least on a map.
We?
Me and my daughter. My assistant, Varja. My assistant and my daughter. We seem to get along better as business partners. Her mother wanted me to show her a trade. She started tinkering with weapons. Say, when you need a break from this Banuk carry-on, stop in and see her. You're both, how do I put it?
Women?
No. Independent. Look for her at Long Notch, the easternmost Banuk camp.
I want to know more about this daemon.
It's crazy talk, Aloy.
Or there's something to it. Something connected to how the machines behave.
Then you need to find Araya. She was last seen headed for the mountains they call the Ice Rasps. I've heard only the shamans know the trail beyond those frozen peaks. But I do know where you could find her apprentice, Naltuk. He went north of the river, chasing rumors.
Rumors?
Not the good kind. Sudden attacks in the snow. Strange new structures. Some say a new machine, like no one's seen before.
Well, now I'm definitely interested. Thanks for the talk, Bergrand.
Don't mention it.
I wonder if Aratak can tell me more about Araya or Thunder's Drum.
Okay.
Maybe worth a shot.
Side quests.
Where once Banuk were dragged to Meridian in chains. Now.
Ooh. Okay, so if I go back a little bit, we have some merchants. Let's start by going back that way.
Banuk and Karja live there as equals. Strange images, odd stories.
We'll do a little quickie save.
You seem sad, stranger. I heard you mention a flood?
Yes. A sudden deluge, without rain or melt to explain it. I'm Aloy, the drummer of Deep Din. Or at least I was, until it disappeared under the waters.
Deep Din. What's that?
A hollow, carved out by the old ones. A chamber, a basin, and a musical instrument all at once. My life, my calling.
Oh my god, I hate
I'd
how
explain
hot it
it
is.
by
My
playing
back
for
is
you,
sweating
could.
something fierce at the minute.
Its pipes are deep under the water now.
So I'm gonna like lean forward a little bit just because I need to cool my back down.
So Deep Din is a place and a musical instrument?
Yes. Pipes that carry a perfect tone beneath a sonorous basin. A wondrous edifice the old ones used to carry music far and wide. During the war, my father played the pipes to rally the Banuk against the Karja. I'm the drummer now. But our battles are few and far between.
Little drummer girl.
Mostly I play for the joy of it. Or to remember my family. Of course, if the waters don't recede, what's the point of joy? Or remembering?
So the waters came fast.
One day it was dry. The next, the nearby river had risen and the entire basin was flooded. I don't understand it. There was no rain, not even any clouds, and yet the river rose higher than I'd ever seen it. And there it remains.
A flood without rain. That is strange. Where is this place? I'll have a look if I'm in the area.
Just northwest of here. Look all you like, but I don't see what good it'll do. The floodwaters aren't going anywhere. How does one ask a river to relent? Deep.
Okay, for now, that's what we're going to follow. So it looks like all the quests are giving us something called Blue Gleam,
Silenced by rising waters.
which I'm about to assume right now is what he trades in. Yep. Oh, restores health over a period of time. Oh shit, I need a lot of desert glass and slag shine glass. So I need to keep the desert glass and the slag shine glass, which I've been selling loads of that, so that's a pain in the backside. Oh, we have some new animals, goats and badgers. Slightly annoying, okay. So I'm gonna need to actually have quite a few empty slots. Okay, I don't want to get rid of that luminous braiding now, just in case I need it. What's the slag shine glass? I need to keep that. Okay, so this isn't perfect, but it's something at least.
When Sakuli completes her painting, it will be cause for celebration.
And another merchant over here.
Just a week ago, I saw a Karja sightseeing expedition staring slack-jawed.
Okay, we're all good.
Frozen taunt.
Okay. Who are you up there?
Welcome. These lands belong to all who are able to supply them.
When the old ones were fresh in their graves and our numbers were still small. It was she who led us through the frozen wastes. We also remember the ravenous tribe, who delighted in sucking the marrow from our broken bones. Everywhere Banu Kai and her Werak fled, the ravenous tribe were never far behind. Seeking a way to defeat them, Banu Kai went into the wastes and let the wind whip her cheeks. And when the cold brought sleep, she dreamt of light. She saw it behind the world, a great calming sheet of icy blue. And she saw something new. Herds of machines, each filled with the same blue light. When she woke, she knew which star to follow. She walked for many days and nights until she arrived at a temple built from sparkling ice. At the gates of the temple, she was met by the machines from her dream, who bowed to her as she entered. Inside, Banu Kai discovered the blue light, bubbling from a hole in the snowy earth like a spring. "You bid me come," she said. "My people need aid. Will you provide it?" The machines whispered to Banu Kai. "We go where the light goes, for we are its chosen vessels. There is darkness in your heart. It cannot hold the light for long. Carry it to your people if you must, but the cost will be great." Banu Kai waded into the pool. The light reared like a nest of snakes and struck Banu Kai, piercing her skin, filling her up. Banu Kai did not scream, though she was in agony. Banu Kai did not collapse, though her limbs shook. She climbed from the pool and carried the light inside her. She marched toward home, and the machines marched behind her. As she walked, the light struggled to push its way out of her, but the machines were there to aid her. She sewed her body shut with their cables, patched herself with their metal, and kept the light within. When she arrived, the forces of the ravenous tribe had surrounded the camp. Although the light had left her with 1,000 wounds, Banu Kai charged. And because she held the light, the machines followed. The ravenous tribe killed many, but those in camp rushed to join the battle. They gathered pieces of the fallen machines and from them fashioned weapons. And it was with these that Banu Kai's people repaid the suffering the ravenous tribe had wrought upon them. When quiet descended, Banu Kai finally fell. The machines bowed their heads, and her Werak wept. The light she'd held within her drifted from her wounds and rose to the sky, and for just a moment, before life left her, Banu Kai knew the truth of the blue light, and she felt peace. We remember Banu Kai, the first to crawl from the cave beneath the world, brought the machines to us. When we speak the name of our tribe, we remember her. And we will not forget.
I really enjoy things like this that give us like the background lore of the game is so detailed.
We remember, Vanukai, when the old ones were fresh in their graves and our numbers were still small. It was she who led us through the frozen.
Stone yield is old.
Delight.
There have been hunting competitions at the Frost Figures for generations, not far from the frozen tall neck.
I've never traveled further south than the Great. In the old days, the Mad Sun King made doing so impossible.
Quite a view you've got up here.
It's a useful perspective. How fleeting we are when the world is so wide. From up here, you can see how the light paints across the land. Ever changing. That's a lesson. All our marks will pass.
That outlook sounds a little depressing for a painter.
Haven't met many artists, have you? Song's Edge needs new stories. I scrubbed its past off this rock to start anew. But a new start needs new colors. Fresh pigments. Like none have seen.
Have you always been a painter?
I've always painted. But I wasn't a painter until I was driven out of Banur. Up there, the markings are eternal. They paint over the same lines, the same colors, over and over. As a child, I learned from copying them. As I grew, my heart sank at the familiarity. All of us Banuk might as well be trapped in glacier ice. We have the look of life, but never really moving.
These pigments you want. Where should I look for them?
Salts gather at the edges of geysers and hot pools. Crystals cling to the rocks and cliffs.
The Banuk rock paintings are impressive, but,
You want to know what they mean? That's not the right question, but I'll answer anyway. Some are called to the machines. The sacred shapes you see on metal casings, or on a cauldron door.
Do the machines listen to the call?
I don't know. Others, like mine, are a call to the tribe. You could say inspiration or prophecy. And sometimes even men listen, if the painting is loud enough.
I mean, I've got no pigments, have I?
I'll see what I can find for you.
Seek out the vibrant ones. A spring of sudden color among snow or rock or metal. That's its own reward. But I'd reward you as well.
No, 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 no! Oh, Jesus!
Feel free to listen.
Right, we'll go talk to...
Always me. May you survive.
Stay vigilant, or you'll end up frozen like that.
I do not want to hear this talk from you again. Doubt is heavier than a week's snow.
Forgive me, my chieftain. We will be ready for the next attempt.
But this will not be an attempt. It must be done. Do you understand?
My chieftain.
Good. Outlander, I suppose you wish to speak?
So many things to
There are
say.
other Weraks in Song's Edge too?
Yes. The village has its own life for all Banuk who need trade or shelter.
After the war ended, it sprang up from what was once a campsite, quick as the bloom between frosts. Perhaps it will last, until the Karja seek war again.
Aurea knows about this Damon. Where would I talk to her?
She does a shaman's work. That is not for the eyes and ears of others. Certainly not an Outlander's.
This Damon you talked about.
If you are hardy enough, you can venture out and see the signs yourself. It has changed the machines, made them fiercer, stronger.
But what is it?
A matter for the shamans to debate.
Stronger.
Did your Warwick come from this place?
No, he rallied most of our hunters from across Banur to face the threat of the Daemon. But I was born here and stayed to fight the Karja when others retreated into the mountains. A few of my old warriors remained with me, those who survived.
You're set on going back to the mountain?
I put my word to it.
Even with the risks being so great?
The risk of what? Death? It would be a worse fate to bow our heads to the challenge and say too much.
There are other Warracks and...
Yes. The village has its own lot. After the war ends, perhaps we'll...
Well, I guess that's it then.
Good. I prefer deeds to words.
Right.
Let the other hunters take over the kills now.
Oh, so it's just demonic. Oh, right, okay, so it's like a different form of corruption. I didn't realize that what I thought before. I just thought that they were okay. Okay. Let's go unlock that quest. And I've done it
I
again.
want to learn more about how this Damon affects the machines. I've got to find Aurea. To do that, I need to talk to her apprentice, who followed the river.
Outlander, wait a moment. That weapon of yours, Outlander, that spear, I can see the blue light upon it.
This? It was made by an acquaintance of mine.
Ah, a shaman.
No. More of a tinker?
A tinker does not understand the spark in the metal, the song in the metal like this. But it could be improved upon, modified with the help of the old ones. Far north of here there is a cave, a shaft in the snow. Within it is a nest of metal birds. Find a bird that hasn't been stripped by shamans past. Look for a rail inside it, the length of your spear. That's all I can tell you.
Get a rail from some metal birds in a cave. Sounds perfectly normal.
So, where is... Oh, Jesus, that's like really north. Okay. That's where we're gonna head to next. I'll be avoiding Naltuk for now. I'll do that side quest. We all know the drill by now when it comes to me.
They are among them.
Ignore the main story, do side quests.
Perhaps a little more blue.
Did I just hear a chicken? Is that a squirrel?
I've hunted for many years.
It is.
I've seen machines like those that belong to Damon.
So that's definitely something new. So are all the animals around here different to the ones in the main game? Ooh, goat. I need goat. Oh shit, I forget, how do I notch an extra arrow? I've just remembered that you can do that. Oh, I can bring my mount. Okay, I don't remember how you notch an extra arrow. Oh, you need to do it before you draw, don't you? Yes, okay. Okay. I'm sorry, Horsey, I know I just summoned you, but I'm not going to ride you for now.
Outlanders. Karja Outlanders. Prince Eden and escaped Sunfall.
May the sun grant you a portion of its wisdom, young huntress.
Let him go.
What brings you Karja so far from your home?
There's good machine hunting in the cut. Danger, too. Some have a taste for both, and they pay people like me well to guide them. We've had a bad run this time, even after I brought this priest along to read the signs.
The way she said it, then, this
light was cast
priest.
quite red the night of the...
Not your concern, though, Huntress. May your arrows find their mark.
Oh, thank you. Alright, let's continue. What's that? Okay, we'll try the tall neck and then come back for whatever that is. Quick save.
So much to worry about. Sunfall, machines, shards. I need a breath.
What doing? Hey, bitch!
Sitting on his hand, but he got the prince out with help.
We're about to. Oh, hang on, there's a bridge. We're gonna try climbing a tall neck.
Went north of the river. Hopefully not too far.
Oh, there's fucking birds. I don't like birds.
What did it take to knock one of those over? They're built to last.
I mean, it could mean other things. I have to fight. I really hate fighting Glinthawks.
For a long time ago. But the scavengers have just gotten started.
Oh shit. This is Horizon Zero Dawn. Oh! Someone's activating the grinder. Who am I going for first?
Now's my chance.
Okay, the Glinthawks shockingly haven't seen me yet. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on, there's something big. Something big, it's just a scrapper.
Whoa.
slow and quiet, does it?
It is. I re-blued it. I've also gone slightly wild. It not only is my hair bluer, but the sides are blonde. I've like completely bleached the sides and the back. Like bergs. I call this color Sonic the Hedgehog blue. Yes, I got the reference, darling. You silly bitch. You're a lie. Yeah, I hate this weather right now. Damn it, it's too high. God, bitch. Oh, why did you do that to me, game?
That's the last of this. Looks like the scavengers ripped out 3 major parts. If I could bring them back, maybe I could even reactivate it. Get at what's inside its head.
Wait, so I'm gonna have to repair the tall neck? What the fuck is this shit? Seriously? I don't just get to jump on top of the tall neck and like ride it around? So I've got to find an array, a stabilizer, and an actuator. Yeah, I suppose they're all fairly close by. Yeah, this heat is... Assassin's Creed? No, it's,
Breath is ice. Before I even breathe out.
Horizon Zero Dawn. We're in apocalyptic future where we've kind of gone back to our like civilization has completely gone back to an older way, but we fight robots. No, you see nothing. You see nothing. Apparently you do. Oh shit! Apparently you do see something. Because they like to try and fight us. So the world is like populated with these robots that look like animals. Which we found out in the main game were actually originally designed by humans to act as like soldiers and like but it's more glint hawks. I hate flying enemies so much. I just realised I probably should have... Yeah, let me override it. Help me fight the other birdies. Alright, where are the other bitches? My exploded ice casing. No. But it's dead. But yeah, they kind of went wild and now they kind of are enemies. Oh, do I need to... Oh, fuck, I need to get rid of some coils. Okay, well I don't need the blue coils because I've got the purple coils, so disassemble, disassemble, disassemble. Oh, definitely get rid of that one. Handling, I've got 3, let's get rid of them. Lots of spear ones. Ew. Okay, you can leave it at that for now. But yeah, so it ended up being this whole, I mean, really... Wait, why is that part moving? Oh, it's a fucking glint hawk, isn't it? Yeah, it turns out, like, humanity actually died out a few hundred years ago, and we're, like... Actually, not all of us, but I am a, like, rebirthed clone of one of the original humans. Oh, there's my actuator.
Still in one piece.
Alright, let's go for part number 2. She was like a lead researcher on the project to try and save humanity. Which basically her response was, it's impossible.
Easier when I was a kid.
we're all gonna die, so all we can do is try and save things for the future. What are you? There's nothing for me to hide in.
They're angry.
Oh shit, something else is joining the fray. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's a bird as well. So the game just wants to hate me right now. Oh, what the fuck? How many things are here to kill me? Wait, did that just kill itself? Holy Jesus. So that just got a lot more dangerous than I originally thought it would be. So how are you anyway, you slut panda? You caught me at a moment where it was slightly intense. I didn't get a chance to actually ask you how you were doing. You are, that is all. Yeah, it's I hate this weather. I was not designed for heat. I fucking give off enough of my own heat as it is. Can't wait to get to the fridge. I am not in work tomorrow. I have a day off, yay! Oh yeah, I was gonna get rid of some inventory, wasn't I? Can't believe my fucking inventory's filled up again already. It must be bad if you actually are considering going in early.
Lucky me. Gonna need this.
Oh shit, I didn't realise I'd knocked a weapon off. This is actually being zero use for me right now. I should have put them down before. Girl, I think you'll find that I'm the one who was poning.
Next part. It's heavy.
What else is in here? I saw a purple item. Wait, why hasn't Cassandra activated? Hang on a second.
Moisturize me, moisturize me.
I don't know why that happened, sorry. But I have consumed some moisturization. Oh, that's some blue gleam. I thought it was pigment.
It off and take it with me.
Right, so we're now going for the final part of this tall mech. I better be able to climb the tall mech afterwards. Climbing tall mechs is fun.
Feels like if I blink, my eyes will freeze shut.
Okay, hang on. We have some goats. Oh shit, I forgot to notch an arrow.
Looks good.
Okay, where's the other goat? Well, that was a little bit easier. Oh wait, because I already killed it.
Seems intact. Hallmarks are built tough.
Right, back to the tall neck I go. Oh, I need one of the arrows hit. Give me, oh, some bone. Give me your bone. An owl? Okay, that's new. Oh, okay.
Well, that fits. Sure hope it works. Well, it's in better shape than it was.
Please let me ride the tall neck.
Okay, if I'm right, I just need to get the power flowing through again. If I'm wrong, at least no one's watching.
No, it looks like I'm just...
It should wake you up.
Oh wait, no, I might get to ride it. Yay!
Easy. Right, it's never easy.
Right, so now I just need to climb on top of it. Hang on. Does that look like a climbing spot? This looks like somewhere I can leap onto it.
I think I can leap onto the tall neck from here.
Ah, damn it. Hang on, is that another one? Missed the bus again, yeah. Can I make it to this one? Because it looks like it's definitely coming past it. I remember that one that I did that. Oh, I might just do it. Yes, yes, yes. Come on! No!
Damn it. Gotta jump again.
Is that one I can use? Yeah, this looks like something I can jump from. As long as I kill this in time.
This should be a good spot for jumping onto the tall neck. Alright.
Got the bitch.
Now I just have to reach its head.
Give me your knowledge. Give me all that knowledge, Sassage. Right, so I actually have, I think I've got enough skill points now to learn the last. Yes, I have got enough skill points. I've got all the skills, all Frozen Wild skills. Oh, so some of these are Frozen Wilds exclusives. Okay, I didn't realize that. Oh, okay, so there's some more Blue Gleam merchants. Camp of some sort. I still don't know what those swords mean. There's a few swords. So I think from here we'll go to that campfire. I kind of don't want to go too near that sword in case it activates the quest, so I'll go to the lake instead. Right, let's rappel down. Are the logs for this similar to the other ones? Sort of.
This.
Can I see any wildlife? If I can't see any wildlife, I might actually summon my horsey. Wait, where the fuck am I going? I've gone the wrong way, haven't I? Yeah. Let's summon my horsey. Oh Lord, has begone heat. I feel you, sis. Right now, I'd love to be where she is. Oh shit, there's something alive. That'll be a demonic scrapper. A scrappier. No, you saw nothing. There's nothing here. But me! A Bajere? How much health does the Bajere have? One hit is enough. Robo Ixion. Ooh, Bajere skin. But I need to get rid of something so I can get the Bajere skin. Let's get rid of one of these shock wax roots. I don't really make much with them, so let's disassemble a whole pile.
Leave something else behind.
Where is my horse? Where have I just abandoned it? that it over there? No. Oh, hang on, maybe it is. Oh shit. So we have demonic snapmaws.
More than equipped to take.
Wait, shit, I'm doing fire. Is it meant to be ice I use on snapmaws? I've just realised, am I doing the wrong thing? Oh no, it is blaze. The free snack is underneath. But what I should do is, for now, let's swap my caster back out for the blaster for... Gosh, in Niflheim. Well, this is just the DLC. The rest of the game is set in very different environments to this, but this is specifically set in... Like, we're literally only in this one bit of the world here, which is, like, all ice. Like, the rest of the game... Like, all of this area is a desert. We've got some jungle down here. More snowy peaks around here, but this is like the frozen north. You just happen to have joined after I finished the game with a lot more variety. With like underground labs and shit like that as well, like left over from the old human days. I play Donkey Kong Country. I do love Donkey Kong Country. Oh shit, I might regret being this close. I could have silent struck it then, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. Ooh, you going retro, a bit of Link to the Past. Oh Jesus, I didn't realize how close I was to it then. Right, there we go. I've played a little bit of it, enough of it for me to know that it's my favourite of the Zelda games, but I'm not a huge fan of the Zelda games anyway, so... Which usually gets me, like, instantly hated by gamers.
This must be the ruin Aloy was talking about. Moved in. Flooded too, like she said. Snap moss.
Yeah, like I say, I realised very quickly that out of all of them, it'd be my favourite one. Come on, show me your little bellow sack, please. I'm surprised. I thought you'd remember. I thought you loved dungeons, especially being tied up in them.
Must be the entrance to this den.
I know you are, girl. You are so scandalous. What the fuck? Oh my god, did that owl just slap into a tree and die?
Can't carry it.
I need to get rid of something. That owl just fucking face planted itself. I need to try and clip that. Don't talk to me on my dungeons. It puts the owl in owl. It put the owl in. Oh, is this what this is gonna be full of now? How many more puns can we get? Wasn't a foul move.
I could forget what warmth feels like out here.
Ooh. A data point. Return to Singapore. As the waters recede, the people return. Singapore, May 5th, 2043. A large pink-tinted rock marks the summit of Bukit Timah Hill, Singapore's highest point, at one time 164 meters above sea level. Charmaine Lowe records a self-hollow next to the rock, her bright smile contradicted by nervous fidgeting with her prismatic fake nails and 30s-style subdermal jewelry. I thought I'd never see this place again. I still can't believe it's real, she marvels. Proud Bukit Timah has stood firm against time and weather, but the rest of Singapore has fared less well. With approximately a third of the island nation at less than 5 meters above sea level, Singaporeans like Charmaine were forced to abandon their homes as inexplorable waters leached away their foundations throughout the snoring 20s. Not our Charmaine, trying to limber up. Now the surviving members of Charmaine's family are returning, alongside many others. As global temperatures and sea levels stabilize, people come by air or by water. Some seek refuge from the deleterious effect of the Sitaram River tragedy, whose costs still reverberate today. All hope to build new lives atop the collapse of the once stable and prosperous country. Singapore represents one of the many states abandoned by their citizens in the aftermath of heavy coastal flooding. Questions surrounding ownership are difficult to answer. Government and law enforcement personnel fled far in advance of the country's devastation, and documentation of title is scattered at best. The plot of land on which Charmaine's childhood home once sat had belonged to the Lowe family for a data corrupted! Poor Charmaine. Not our Charmaine. So what am I actually looking for? Because it's just gone into a search area.
Got one.
I'm not far from... I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for. Oh wait, hang on, is it that building? Nope. No, I've come out of the search area. Oh, hang on, could it be that island? No, because I'll be out of the search. I'm way out of the search area. What the fuck am I actually looking for? Hey merchant, can I buy anything from you at the minute? No, I don't have enough blue gleam. I am still within the search zone though. No, out of it again. Does it say what I'm actually looking for? Buy maps. Wait, can I? Do I have items to buy maps? Because I needed to trade shit. Oh, I can buy this one. I still need a badger bone and a goat skin and a badger bone. I can see the pigment one at any rate. What am I looking for? Right, so it's the cause of flooding. So let's go up this way. The dubious. Oh, hang on, I do need to kill goats. I need a goat skin. I am excited. This is my excited face. I hope you appreciated my excited face. Oh yeah, I've got a goat skin. So I just need a badger skin and a badger bone. Oh, hang on. We're going to keep going up towards the dam, aren't we? Okay.
Ouch.
Oh, it literally... Oh, Jesus Christ. It literally wants me just to follow the river. So long as I'm going in the right direction, the search area is carrying on with me. Yeah, no, I'm genuinely excited. I really liked the first film.
Looks like something new.
Yes, Bajere. Don't run away from me, bitch. I need either a bone or some skin from you. Oh, skin. Okay, I'll be able to get the next map.
Nutritious.
Ooh, another data log. Emissions Joyride. From Laura Vogel. I immediately went to be like, okay, girl! I just saw okay, girl, and just like immediately wanted to, to just do that. Let me break it down. Right. Okay. Okay, girl. I still can't help myself. You're never going to guess what happened on my way home last night. First thing, I heard this sound like a herd of killer bees escaping out of a tin can. Then there was this weird light through the trees. I was totally hoping it was aliens, but nah. It was one of those old blue spectrum LEDs. It looked super creepy on the snow. As it got closer, I heard some Yahoo letting out this weird guttural man shriek, as if he were doing some macho primal scream therapy. You know, with 1000 RPMs between his legs. Said Yahoo was none other than Dodd Blevins, our new Director of Security, or whatever his $20 title is. He was actually riding an old snowmobile. They're like 1,000 times more polluting than a combustion-era car. My expert professional opinion, Blevins is a grade A douche canoe. I decided not to stick the security butt on his flabby rear. After all, he's practically our boss for the next 2 weeks. But Shells, you might want to take a bathroom break now, because you're going to lose it when you find out what I did instead. Oh, where's this going? I was standing right near one of the trail signs, and I could tell Blevins was headed for me, so I reprogrammed the sign to swap directions between Fairy Falls and Purple Mountain. Wicked, right? You'd never get a snowmobile up there. I hope you bailed out hard and had to walk back to the lodge. Yes, I'll be filing my very first incident report right before this whole thing shuts down forever. I could let it slide like usual, but then where's the fun, Shells? Where is the fun? I like her. She's wild. I feel like this is time for a manual save. I actually kind of want to do something because I'm intending to finish soon. But I kind of want to actually do something. I feel like not much is actually Greycatch. I haven't actually done much as part of this DLC so far.
Well, somebody wanted in. Nearly blew this entire ledge off just to get through the door.
Ooh. Okay, we might... This might be like a donjon for me to explore. In which case I might end after this. Yeah, looks like it is.
Detected. Evacuation recommended. Overflow basin compromised.
The overflow basin. Is that the dent? Looks like a control center. What happened in here to start the water flow?
And a data log.
Someone's been through here. Not that long ago either.
Oh, another data log.
It's okay. Like, how do we want to start this, girl? We might be the last actual people to ever see this place. Yeah.
This is really low. The voice on that was ridiculously low.
Hard to see anything, but this room looks like it's packed with old stuff. Might be something useful.
There's a point in here where it pays to just wait for a bit and let stuff play out. Will it be fairly obvious what that point is?
Another holographic interface. There must be some kind of code. Maybe I should try scanning objects in this area. And there's our troublemaker. Doesn't seem to be as good at getting out as he is at getting in.
I've become trapped somehow. Rah, I am a snapmaw. Rah, rah, rah.
I don't suppose you'd tell me. Would you?
Imagine you entirely. On the off chance you're not the result of my skull going soft, little help?
They've actually recorded a lot of dialogue for this.
Rescue, potentially imaginary rescuer. Take your time, of course. I'm happy to accommodate. Would that I could tell you this is my first time getting stuck mid-delve. No such luck, I'm afraid. Usually I have to get myself out of these predicaments, so you can imagine my relief.
How much did they actually get him to record?
I once spent 2 days wandering a ruin before I found an exit. 2 full days! This current arrangement of ours is preferable, of course. Not much wandering room in here. After all this anticipation, I'm even more excited to make your acquaintance than I was when I first heard you out there. Although if I might permit myself to be frank, I would prefer a little more expedience.
Oh, have we gone back to the beginning? Yeah, it's gone back to the beginning, hasn't it? I assume it's just going to repeat it all again. It's safe to go to the door now.
This is the perfect opportunity to do a good deed and clear your conscience for whatever cruelty.
You're welcome.
Are you alright?
You don't know how happy you just made me. For a moment, I thought my fire was snuffed. The forge gone cold.
He
But nope,
sounds younger
nope.
than he looks.
Not old Gildan.
You're welcome.
Wait. Start from the beginning. What are you doing down here?
Ow! My apologies. When you mostly talk to yourself, you can tell your stories in whatever order you like. There's an artifact in that storage room I simply must acquire. But as you may have noticed, the door won't budge. I took one of those roundish, ringy what's-its from the wall beside the door. No luck. So I had to go with that panel with the button. Even less luck. My gentle experimentation caused the chamber to flood a little. So I pushed the button again, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Sparks and smoke. Now, obviously, I came here to investigate. My cautious footsteps may have contributed slightly to the collapse of a bridge. When the bridge began to collapse, I may have
Aloy's feeling exactly like I would in this situation.
Ringy, what's it to the waves? By the time I thought to give up the endeavor, the door had closed behind me. And thusly do we come to the present moment.
I have not been charging these headphones in a while, and they're starting to tell me that they're running low on battery. Hopefully. Oops. Huzzah, I can still hear.
You said
Oh my god, my back is like dripping.
Indeed. That storage room is brimming with treasures from the old ones, but one in particular caught my eye. An intricate looking glass. I've only seen one such device before. My old mum brought one back for me from wherever she'd gone to that time. I remember holding it, staring into its face, seeing myself and my mother just over my shoulder, smiling.
And one of these looking glasses. It's in the storage room.
Oh, Yes, I'm quite sure. I peered into that dim little chamber, and there it was. I've wanted to find one for so long, Yes, this time I'm sure I have.
Well, there's no way we're getting into that storage room without another ring. It's part of the locking mechanism that controls the door.
You don't say. Well, that's fantastic news. Marvelous, even. You've got 2 hands. I've got 2 hands. Perfect! My savior, my salvation, and if you like, why wouldn't you? Of course you will. My accomplice. Together, that ring is as good as ours, and with it, the storage room and its spoils.
Didn't you say you dropped the ring in the water?
Well, I'll grant you that adds a heretofore undiscussed level of complexity to the proceedings.
So you found the button that controls the flow of water.
Quite by accident.
And then you broke that button.
Also, quite by accident.
The panel's the only way to shut this place down, as far as I can tell. This isn't gonna be easy.
That storage room is filled, top to bottom. Would you be surprised to find the parts you need in there? I certainly wouldn't be.
So, we need to replace that ring and get into the storage room. Then I can fix the panel and shut this place down.
And I can finally wrap my fingers around that looking glass.
Okay, Gilden. How are we gonna get that ring?
2 sets of hands, girl. 2 sets of hands. Behind us lie a pair of enormous gates, but I believe the gates must be operated in tandem. Together, we can dry this place out.
Guess we better get started then.
I guess we better.
Okay, so I see the valve on the other side.
Up ahead, girl.
Oh,
See the
Jesus,
valve?
they are rough.
Time to put our hands to use. I'll take care of this one. There's another valve on the other side to lock the gate in place. Would you mind heading across and doing the honors?
Find a way to the other side in capital letters.
You know, I'm reminded of a delve I undertook out near the plant. Stone ruins, clouds hollow, and wood wild. Some pretty rubbish dropped into the old wall. Great stone columns bearing the weight of the level above. Filled out with row upon row of those enormous rusted out old world carts. You know the ones with their 4 wheels? I've scraped through 100 of those carts. The only thing I've ever seen inside is bird cages. I don't suppose that's what they were told.
A tub of stagnant water. Charming.
Marvelous! You made it! Now grab that valve and give it a spin!
On it.
A little more now, and I should be able to get the blasted gate moving!
There. You should be able to lower the gate.
Right you are! Now, when I get this gate down, you'll need to turn the valve again. Ought to lock this thing in place.
In answer to your question, Panda,
One
no,
gate
it is
down.
not.
Halfway through then, aren't we? To the second gate! A ladder is a rare and special thing, girl. Can depend on it to take you exactly where you need to go, and no further. I'd wager the valves for the second sluice gate are somewhere above us. How are we gonna get up there?
Let me look around. Looks like I could jump across in that rickety rusting platform.
Yep, this looks safe.
Nice jump! Nice! such absolute disregard for personal safety?
Thanks, I think.
Ooh. Audio log.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, sellouts and runaway cowards. We see her. Okay. I forgot the words. Yeah. Shells, we started off so strong and they're all just. Well, that's sort of my MO. No. No. Yes. Which of you? Spending. We need one.
I love your angry reaction, by the way, to it not being who you thought. Oh, a ladder. I was like, where do I go from here? Oh yeah, there's a ladder. Where do I go from here?
Oh, you're close, girl. Just spring across the gap. Ah, you're right above me. Just send that ladder on down.
Look out below.
So then I'm guessing you're going to wait here and I'll carry on.
Should be as easy as falling down a hole. If you take the valve on the other side.
If it's set up the same way on this side, I should look for an access tunnel.
This is my sort of delve. 1,000 little problems to solve. 1,000,000 minute and my father used to go. Don't make it sound harder than
Uh-huh, Gildan.
She's just like, okay, shut up now, you bastard. I should probably take the ledge down. I mean, I think it only would have affected my armor, not my my health, but
Okay, Gildan, turn the valve.
It's not working! Damn thing's too heavy. Glance behind me, would you? See anything big and, broken?
Looks like part of the counterweight broke off. If I can get up there, my weight might be enough to get it moving again. Hang on, okay? I've got a plan. I can't jump straight to the counterweight from here. But I could climb higher, but
this is gonna be fun. Wait, is this? This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
metal rust trap.
I feel like I just accidentally...
Good question. Well, at least I should be able to swim now.
Snap maw! It's a snap maw! Very, very big snap maw!
I see it, Gildan!
Very big, very, very big!
Just stay out of the way!
It's only a snap more. We can deal with snap mars. Especially if I can get its bellow sack.
Let's get on with it. We'll find out after I killed it! It's dead.
Marvelous. So, right. Maybe if you pry its jaws open and reach inside, guy can't look.
Oh, there's the emitter.
You were right. This thing did swallow the ring.
That's the old Gildan intuition in action. It's never led me astray. Sure, its chosen routes can be a bit circuitous, but never mind. To the storage room. To the spoils. Oh,
Let
what's
me
in
listen
here?
to the data point first.
More old world treasures, perhaps? This place is full of surprises.
Shells, we're not
Should we have a look?
right now. Recording, okay? We're not even in the band meeting. Sort of counts for practice, right? Merch. Merch. Stickers! You're not a real band until someone vandalizes government property with your stickers.
I have to remind you that conversations determined to be irrelevant to servitor training are discouraged.
What were you saying about vandalizing government property?
We drained enough water for what we need to do, but I wonder if I could empty out the whole dam.
Well, I'm gonna find out. Ooh, another data log. Oh, this is a reading one. Yo, Shelly, I'm trapped in servitor hell over here. Got in this morning, and as usual, that one half-baked chrome dolt was bumping up against the locked entry door in the reservoir room, moaning about requiring entry into the totality of the facility. Between its robot voice and those weird grindy sounds its limbs make, the acoustics reminded me of a track from one of those less accessible German post-punk bands. I've told them, every night the pipe network decouples so the reservoir can refill, and every morning it has to be reset manually. All you have to do is turn the valve thingy so the water flows directly to the pump. The rest of the servitors seem to get it, but this guy won't stop bugging out. I mean, I know we're supposed to be the on-site advisors, but this is getting ridiculous. Do I have to scratch the instructions into their stupid shiny faces?
Pipes, valves. Maybe I can drain the rest of the water from here. Sure are a lot of valves. Should check my focus first. Could be something around that my focus will see.
We'll start by just going over here. Raid the supply crate.
Alright, time to get the flow going to the right place.
I say this as a man typically enamored of complexities, but this looks like it might be a little much for me.
Don't worry, I
Okay.
think I've got this.
Music to my ears. To each job, its proper tool. Toothpicks make horrible arrows, as the saying goes.
That's going into there, so for now I want that to go into... Let's start with... Oh, okay. Okay. No, I needed to go... I didn't realise how exactly... Okay.
That's not quite right.
Right, so that one's broken, so I now need...
You got a competent mind, girl. A mind for nuance and finesse.
Go that way.
Not I. No, indeed. Not old Gildan.
That. We don't want that way.
Something's
we want... Right. Let's start with going this way. No, that just turns it into that. Okay.
This job demands a certain degree of patience, doesn't it? I'm afraid I inherited my mother's restlessness.
That should do it. I should head back. See if that took care of the rest of the work.
Got it working, did you? Of course you did. Never met a conundrum you couldn't unconundrum, have you?
The door's open. They said it's sealed because of the flooding. This must go down to the lower level.
Can I, like, go down, or is...
Would you look at that?
Refreshing.
You've drained this place completely. Could be that this old ruin is hiding a few more secrets down below. Of course, that storage room still awaits our perusal. Smell that?
Drummer's
Smells
weapon
like a
coil.
forge-side morning in the claim.
Looks like...
What does that do? Because that's different to any other ones that I have. Oh, shit. Okay. So it increases freeze, shock, and corruption. Okay.
That's everything. I should head back up with Gildan.
See? Check this out. We could just bang on this pipe, you know? Could we sample that or... Totally. Like, what about after the... Oh, sorry. Just a sec. I need to take a break. Laura. Hey! Laura!
Ooh, there's a... Oh, there it is. I saw notebook and thought it was something I could read again. So is that literally everything that was down here? At least it gives me a shortcut back up I can use.
So, as we circle back around to the matter of the supply room,
Oh, not that way. This.
I can't wait, I can't wait! Almost there! Soon I'll hold the looking glass in my hand, just like Mom and I used to.
Okay, now... Oh, hang on. Here we go. What was I going to say? Where's our clue?
Helpful.
So...
What?
Up, up, down, up, right, up.
What are you doing with your hands there, girl?
Down, up, right.
I can't believe that worked. I thought you'd lost your mind, tickling the empty air like that.
Find a power cell, talk to Gildan.
Everything okay?
I was so sure I saw it. The looking glass. I was so sure.
Oh, it's an old alarm
Right
clock.
there in the window. I would... Of course. Trick of the light. Nothing at all.
Oh, I actually feel sorry for him right now.
I'm sorry, Gildan. It must have meant a lot to you.
Oh, well. Much as any artifact of the old ones would mean to me, really. It's fine. I'm fine. Besides, what are the spoils compared to the delve? That's why we do it, girl. The delve, not the treasure. And what a delve it was! Ugh. By the great blazing forge, I'll never forget that. Now then, I believe we have some repairs to make.
Oh, poor bugger. Another audio log.
I mean, this is it. We get to play together, what, maybe 2 more times? Nah, shit. Farewell tour! Reunion tour in like 6 months. Dance to it outside. For our adoring fans, it's not that hard to stay in touch, Shelly. We could practice in holospace. People always say that.
Full already. Okay, let's fix the panel and shut this place down.
Okay, that was actually cute, letting him press the button.
Oh, that's a whole lot prettier, isn't it? What does it mean?
It means it worked.
By the forge! You are a wonder! Do you hear that often? I'll hazard a guess you do.
I've heard something like that once or twice.
Oh, she's modest now. A master of the arts of the old ones, a delver to shame the entire claim, and she wants to be modest. Ha!
It's not like I did it alone, Gildan.
No. No, I suppose not.
So what's next for you? On your way back to the claim?
And deprive the people of Song's Edge the story of this encounter? Perish the thought! I'll stay there a while longer. But a story is best told by all who encountered it. Come and lend a hand, won't you?
Overflow basin empty. Interior accessible. Minimal flood damage.
Sounds like the basin is dried out too. Here, I'll take a look.
Another adventure so soon?
Oh, so there's still something that...
Oh, there was no question of that.
See ya, Gildan.
You go on ahead. I'm gonna stand right here and bask in our victory for a while.
Oh shit! Oh, I am a lucky bastard.
Water's lower. And going by that sound, I think Aloy's already at the bin.
Okay, yeah, I'll go down to her. And then that's probably where I assume I'll be ending for the night. Actually, we can stop off at the merchant on the way, can't we? I'll be able to get I should be able to get another map. Why is that pointing me over that way? Oh, it was pointing me to the path.
Sounds getting louder.
Oh no, I still need... Oh, I thought I needed badger skin. I didn't. It's badger bone I need. Fuck. Right. I hate how little inventory space I have at the minute. Stupid fucking... She sounds like she's going well on that drum. Oh, sorry, no. I thought I was about to go into another dungeon then, but no, this is small, it's fine.
You look happy to be playing again.
I don't know what you did, but the water drained in the snap of a short song. What do you think of the music?
I've never heard anything else like it.
That's because there's no other place with such resonance, such intonation that rattles your ribs with its power. And of course, no one else knows these pipes like I do. I learned them by ear before I could walk, strapped to my father's back.
I mean, you're just whacking
Thank
some
you for
pipes,
draining
love.
the waters, not just for myself, but for my ancestors and their songs. Please, take this as a token of our gratitude.
I done drained the flood. Oh, there's some blue gleam. Oh, hang on. We have a text log. Dear nobody, the auto cars are on their way. Mine will take me to my apartment in Cody. Hers will take her to the vertiport. She brought her luggage with her to work today. Everything she owns packed into 2 little suitcases. She's wearing the fanciest outfit I've ever seen her in. It's for Mum, she said. She bought me this outfit, if you can believe it. Normally, like, who cares, but I don't know, she's already dealing with a lot. We walked through the dam today, listened to all these tapes, read all these messages. And maybe this is one of those sign my yearbook will never lose touch things, but I'm not scared of losing Laura anymore. We're family. We didn't inherit each other or settle on each other, we chose each other. No amount of distance, no number of jerks in bad suits or obsequious robots are going to tear us apart. So listen, on the off chance that someone ever actually does stumble onto these things, here's the truth. There was this band called Concrete Beach Party, and for a second, it was the best band in the world. And you, whoever you are really, really lucky, because you're the only person who ever got to hear them. See you never, the last girls on Earth. Aww. Right, we'll go to the campfire, save, and that will be this session finished with. Campfire. You know what? I may as well go to that campfire. It's a new one, and it's close to a pigment I can collect at the beginning of the next stream. Right. I also need a bagere. Are there any bageres in the area? I can't see one. Only goats. Is that a bagere? It is a bagere. Let's go kill this bagere first. Oh, people. Well, we got a badger bone. I think I need another one. Well, we have one, so I can get one of the last 2 maps that I need. But we shall save here. This will be the final location. Ugh. Right. Right, so hopefully, I mean, I don't know how much is left to play on this. I'm hoping the next playthrough of this will be the end, or at the very most the one after that. And that will then sort of like be the end of my time with this game, and then I'll have the sequel to look forward to one day. But I won't be immediately going into that. I'm going to leave that for a while. Yeah, I really liked the end of this game, actually. I think it was that was a nice set of dramatic scenes. I just hope that the DLC kind of works thematically afterwards. I don't want it to sort of lose the dramatic impact. But yeah, so this will be I'll be carrying this on in my next stream, because like I said, I'm trying to just like box off the old games that I have in my rotation so I can start some new ones. So yes, thank you everyone who's coming in today, especially Monsieur Panda and Beamer, who've been in for the last couple of hours. And until next time, zababa. Yeah, we're just going. Bye.